All right. So while the expedition was kind of lost in their storybook world, while they're taking Casey to rendezvous with the Starfleet vessel that's going to take him back to Earth to fulfill his training, we're going to take a brief moment to follow the stories of the USS Tian An Men, our sharp-looking little Miranda class, who is currently deployed along the border of. Where do I want to throw it? Let me look at a map. I'm thinking Tholian border. Yeah, Tholian border, kind of patrolling between the Tholian border and Starbase 200. Let's go ahead and throw the map up. And then I can move the Tiananmen to actually where that space is. If there's a Tiananmen airframe or a space frame, which there is not. There it is. So yeah, the Tiananmen is just kind of on border guard duty. It's been mostly an uneventful 2 weeks, just going between border outpost to border outpost, maybe dropping off some cargo, maybe a few personal switches out there. Other than that, just scanning the Tholian border, making sure to keep the border clear, watching for pirates, that sort of thing. And I think we will allow you guys to kind of role play a little bit, get used to the characters for DeGrasse get back into character. So we'll start on the bridge. It's probably around 09:30 on Alpha shift. So you've been on shift for a few hours.
So, how does everything look out there? Anything on radar?
Negative, Captain. Sensors are all clear.
This has been not as eventful, maybe as other patrols have. Ops, how's the ship looking?
She's in tip-top shape, Captain, from our last rendezvous at Deep Space 17.
Thank you. Johnson, how are things on your end?
All systems go, Captain.
Good. Well, let's keep it steady. And, well, I guess I should say that we're having a bit of a get-together after duty shift today. Things have been a little low-key around here lately, so I want to make sure that everybody has a moment to socialize and further get to know their fellow crew members, just so we're not heading back to our quarters at the end of every shift every day. So I don't know, I'll be ready to go maybe 1 hour after duty shift, so anyone is welcome.
Sounds good, Captain.
I would be delighted to attend, Captain.
Right. All right, Orgel. Anything on our way?
Smooth sailing, Captain.
All right. Well, let's stay on our toes, as you all know. Let me know first sign of anything taking place. I mean, guess some time to give somebody some chair time here. Who would be the ranking officer on the bridge? Would that be Koduton or Johnson?
Seeing as that's chief medical, it'd probably not fall to the medical officer to take command.
Okay.
Johnson is a lieutenant commander.
Gotcha. All right.
And besides, is that Odutan? Odutan?
Oh, do. 10.
Odutan. She's only a lieutenant.
Gotcha. All right. In that case, Johnson, you have the bridge.
Aye, Captain.
Being hailed, Captain. From Deep Space 17.
Oh, maybe I spoke too soon. On screen.
Don's on screen is Admiral Keller. Captain DeGrasse. It's been a while.
It has, Admiral Keller. How have you been?
Well, I've been better. No doubt you've heard about our little theft.
GM, do I know what he's referring to?
If you've read the DS9 logs, then yes. I'll post it really quick, because Captain would know this.
Gotcha.
Because I'm pretty sure that is going to be big news, especially when it's marked Priority 1.
Wow. So, DeGrasse will just respond. Of course, Admiral. It's, well, to be honest, I'm still trying to wrap my head around it.
Yeah, currently half of the ships at my disposal searching for them.
Well, do know that we've been keeping our eyes peeled. We haven't seen anything unusual, certainly that would match the description of a Defiant class starship, sir.
We would put their last known whereabouts a few sectors away from you. However, that's not really why I called, Captain. I've called to give you some orders. I am diverting your mission.
Understood, sir. And what is the new mission?
We've just received a communication from the colonial governor on the Orienda Colony. They have the governor has requested Starfleet assistance in some matters. They were kind of they were less than forthcoming with the details, which is concerning. Something about civil unrest, however. Since you are the only ship close enough that could get there that's not currently engaged in other duties, I'm going to divert the Tian An Men to the Orienda Colony.
Understood, sir. All right, well, we'll certainly see to it, and we'll report back to you.
Understood. It's the typical orders, Captain. Head to Orienda, find out what's going on, assist if possible.
Sure, of course. All right, Admiral. We'll figure out what's going on.
If you have any questions, just hail my attaché.
Understood.
Killer out.
Oh, seems like there might be something interesting coming up shortly. Orgel, let's lock in a route to the Orienda Colony.
Course laid in, Captain.
Actually, I don't remember. Can the Tian An Men go? It can go 9, right? What is max speed on this thing?
That I don't know. Said 9.2, 9.3.
Yeah, I thought it was like, yeah, maybe mid-9s or so.
9.2 for 12 hours.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
All
just because it's Tian An Men, the colony's not that far away. You know, maybe 6 or so.
Gotcha. Yeah, in that case, DeGrasse will order warp factor 8 and engage.
And Orgel engages warp. And that'll leaves you to role play the little bombshell that was just dropped. If not, role play your upcoming mission.
So much for the get together.
I would say yes, Odutana. Maybe a delay.
So these are trainers. And they took a Klingon cloaking device? That doesn't bode well, Captain.
It's certainly quite the list of crimes. Knowing what I know of this group, not many of them personally. It seems both in character and out of character at the same time, to be honest.
I was about to say that or something to that effect as well, Captain. I've only met some of them briefly, but yes.
It was actually. Well, we will certainly keep our eyes out for all of them. And
Do you wish to have a scan for tachyon waves for the Klingon cloak? Or should we just wait on that?
let's wait for now. Given this group, I can't help but think that there might have been maybe not a good reason, but a reason that might make the crimes a little more understandable. Odutan, are you one for research?
Depends on the research.
Well, it might take you away from your medical background a little bit, but I'm actually curious about this Orienda Colony. not sure I've heard too much about it. And well, the admiral was saying there was something about civil unrest. It might be useful to know the history of the planet, the colony, the government structure, any political divisions, things like that.
I'll see what I can dig up.
Thank you. I'd appreciate it. And, Johnson, tell me. I know you're our tactical experts on board. You have a background in well, ground tactics. If we're going to be encountering any civil unrest, civil disobedience, do you have a background in dealing with anything like that?
Well, my father was Klingon, and my mother was a Starfleet engineer. So I can certainly fight if need be. I'm training with, all Federation phaser weaponry, both tactical and hand phaser.
Good. Well, getting involved in something like this, of course, we would want to solve it diplomatically, but
Well, of course, Captain. But if need be, I can certainly protect you and any of our away team, and or help however needed with the colony.
good. I appreciate that. Oh, there's the ship.
Gain 2 momentum so far.
Oh, I have no rerolls for the rolls, though.
Okay, yep, just 2. And once on my laptop Discord stops updating, I'll send you the info.
Well, Johnson, if you wouldn't mind taking the time to brush up on crowd control tactics and various things like that, I would appreciate it.
Certainly, Commander. Time to review some documentation or a training video or simulation.
Oops, hold on, I gotta delete something you're not supposed to have. Those are my notes. There we go.
Good thing I almost started to read that.
Can't give the characters' motivations away.
Yeah. Well, this is quite curious, Captain. It would appear that the colony was formed not that long ago, just at the start of the Dominion War, almost a decade ago. They started, the individuals who were starting the colony wanted to be on the frontier to I guess embrace the struggles of living in the thick of things. Unfortunately, due to the redirected supplies of the Dominion War and rebuilding efforts, further efforts to build up the colony were eventually stopped. The planet itself is a Class M planetoid in the location of 6 other planets. Currently, it has 2 small moons that orbit the planet colony is roughly around 3,500 individuals. And the governor is a Vulcan named Velik.
Colony of homesteaders run by a Vulcan. That's interesting.
Especially on a frontier colony.
Well, thank you, Oda-san. I appreciate it.
My pleasure, Captain.
Orgel, is the colony located near any borders out by our region of space?
I'll give you a location colony here. Roughly there, I would say.
We're still on the bridge map.
Ah, crap. How far can you get in 6 hours? I don't know, here-ish.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks.
Not terribly far away.
All right. Yeah, and I think I have Johnson setting up on crowd control tactics and ways to maintain order with civil unrest.
All right, Doug. If you want, I could have an advantage creation roll for that.
Yeah, that's good for me. Johnson, I guess, would be your call.
I mean, it sounds good.
Well, so there's two ways we could do this. Since you're
Yeah.
basically wanting to, the way I see it, you're basically wanting to create an advantage.
Mhm.
You could either do the roll, use a 2 momentum, or you could use one of the ship's crew support to create the advantage.
Probably want to save the momentum. So using crew support to create the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends what resources you guys want to use. Just with the lack of players, you might be burning through the crew support too.
Yeah, that's true.
Uh,
I can just roll for it and see what happens.
Oh yeah, and you can use a value to do that too.
you could spend your determination.
Yeah.
I usually forget the crew support option. I'm a bad GM.
Yeah, it doesn't come. Yeah, it doesn't come off often.
Yeah.
And the issue is with like so many players, crew support tends to not be used, and people are more just likely to roll for it and spend threat. But with 3 players, I only started with 6, so
Yeah. So.
I mean, we're gonna.
So,
we're gonna probably lose them one of the momentums here shortly. So if you want to spend the two,
Oh yeah, that's probably not. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, it's been a while since I played.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, that's right, because of the Sunday switch.
Yeah, so I actually catch up on what's going on. But yeah, let's go ahead and just use the team momentum and generate some more as needed.
All right. So luckily the ship has recently gotten some upgraded holodeck technology. You know, older ship and whatnot. So, you know, you just had the holodecks put in basically a few months ago. And so Mara uses gets a lot of the security officers together, starts running some riot and crowd control simulations in the holodeck to get them ready for anything they might be able to face. Is Johnson half Klingon?
Yeah, she is half Klingon. Yep.
And being half Klingon, you know, really puts them through their paces. So, yeah. So, if you ever need to use ground support, if there's any roles involved, you can have an advantage for that. Grabbing your security officers ready.
Cool.
Or here, I'll make it one better. Yeah, no, I'll explain it later. I got the idea, but yeah, I won't explain to it yet because I don't want to spoil anything.
You and your fun plots.
Yeah, I like this one. Too bad you guys missed the ending to the last one. Oh, wait, no, DeGrasse, you were there, right?
Yeah, I was there.
yeah, it was just Das that wasn't, and
Casey.
well, obviously Casey will not be returning until and then our chief engineer.
Yeah.
So.
But yeah, advantage created. Anything else you would like to do before we enter a new scene and drop you in system?
I actually would like to get what limited medical staff I have on standby ready, and I'm actually going to use a crew support for that advantage, just in case there's injuries.
All right, so you're basically using a crew support to get your teams on standby.
Yeah.
I'll accept it.
Probably mark that on the ship.
Yeah, good call. Yeah, so there's nothing left from my end. So, Das, unless you can think of anything, I think we're good.
Yeah. No, I think we're probably good too. Assume well, once we get there, you'll let us know what kind of team you want me to assemble.
Yeah, I got ideas for both of those, so I'll let you guys know if and when they're relevant. So speed of plot.
Speed of plot.
All right, we'll enter new scene, but since you used up all the momentum, you don't lose any. And Orgel will announce as the captain steps back onto the bridge from his ready room. Captain, we just are reaching the edge of the system now.
Excellent. Let's do a quick scan to see what's in the system, and barring anything on sensors, Orgel, take us into orbit over the Orienda Colony.
All right. Do you need somebody to make the sensor sweep? Just be reason or control science, diff 0, system by ship sensor science.
I'll do that. Why not? Diff 0, you say, right?
I do say. I mean, it's like scanning the Milky Way or scanning the Sol system. How hard could that be?
Surprisingly very difficult. You would leave astronomers.
I mean, maybe currently, but in the 24th century?
Space is big.
You won't believe how mind-numbingly big it is. Game 2. And yeah, it's a, it's not a very big system, standard Sol type star, 6 planets around it, the big gas giant to protect the M-class planet that's sitting in its Goldilocks zone. It's probably the second planet in system. There's not much in the way of technology or anything like that. There's maybe just a communications tower in orbit.
So
Other than that, just your typical star system.
So like a communications and weather satellite, the monitor and
Yeah.
dock.
Yep.
And probably the relay station on the planet, and that'd be it.
Yeah.
Well, if I didn't know better, Captain, I would say the inhabitants are roughing it. Quite literally.
Or so on the planet, there is one large settlement. I'll make you roll for the planet
Okay, this was okay.
because there's
That's separate then. Got it.
Yeah.
Apologies. Backtracking. Nothing out of the ordinary, Captain, except for one satellite that appears to be some sort of communications and weather satellite.
All right. Well, surprisingly standard. Orgel, please take us in close to the planet, establish orbit. And Odutan, when we're within range, please give us a scan of the planet.
Of course. Please remind Lieutenant Casey upon her return that it was an honor to do her job.
Noted, and you've been doing an exceptional job of it so far.
My role, GM.
it'll just be diff 1 this time. Same stats. Diff 1.
Why not? I'll give you a threat. If I can get some more momentum or fail horribly.
Ooh, I'm up to 8 threat.
Ooh, we have high resolution sensors. FYI,
Do you?
get a free question.
I mean, it's better for me than decreasing the difficulty. Gain 2 more. So on the planet system, or on the planet itself, the colonists appear to be in one larger settlement, about the 3,500 of them, give or take. Most of them are, roughing it in tents, small makeshift structures. But there is a built-up administrative building. That has the typical stuff you'd imagine a Starfleet building would have. The computers, the communication system, the only actual built-up building in the thing. And then, the typical layout, there is a power source, there is a small fusion generator, there is a place to get water from, there is like a water treatment plant, a small one. So they're not totally devoid of technology.
But in relation to like, the rest of, the Federation, right?
Okay, so I'm make sure I get this right. It's pretty much an atypical colony, water, power, except most of the people seem to be living in tents except for one major structure.
Yeah, which is like the administration building.
Okay, and how big is that?
It's not terribly big. Building itself maybe 50, maybe 40 by 50 meters. Maybe the compound itself a little bigger, maybe 75 by 75 meters. Not that big. It's 2 stories.
Does it look like it was built from scraps of a ship or materials from the planet?
This, I would say, was probably a typical colonial prehab building that Starfleet would send, for like the administrative duties of running a colony. It is, after all, still a Starfleet colony.
Does it seem like all of the atypical technology is associated with the building, or is it scattered through the colony?
What do you mean?
Like power, like is it power? Like so like do the tents have like enabled to like climate control systems, and or are they like really roughing it, like you go out camping in a tent and
oh yeah, most of them do have power.
okay,
I mean, they're not like totally roughing it,
right? Okay,
yeah, like they have access to power, climate control devices.
Okay, so this is probably gonna be
they wouldn't have like their own computer system. They wouldn't have the replicator, but they'd have lights, plumbing, not total barbarians.
Yeah, so they're not cruising around in vehicles, or they're probably walking or bicycling or something. Or using
well, that's what I was gonna ask. I don't know. This is probably getting into the momentum spend territory. Any signs for ships or vehicles that are present or may have been present in the past?
Yeah, for a momentum.
Well, that'd be the bonus from the ship.
Oh, okay. So yeah, there's not really any ground vehicles that anyone's using. One of the allures of the colony life is not to use that type stuff. And there's no evidence of any landed ships or anything on the surface either.
Well, Captain, it appears that the colony site is your typical colony. They're definitely roughing it. Most of these structures are tent-like structures. They do have limited technology, power and what you usually expect from a home out on the frontier. However, there is one major complex, appears to be the administration building, which contains most of the Federation technology.
interesting. Well, we're not lying. They are certainly roughing it out here. All right, ops. Let's hail the colony.
Screen, you see the Vulcan governor, but the first thing you notice when he comes on the screen is that there is just loud chanting in the background, like really loud noise. Kind of like there is a protest going on. This is Governor Velik. Who do I have the honor of speaking with?
Governor Bellick, this is Captain DeGrasse of the USS Tian An Men. We're a Starfleet vessel that was sent out here to, well, see what was going on and see if we could render any assistance.
I am most appreciative, Captain. As you no doubt can hear, we have a situation brewing.
I can hear it. Seems like you have a bit of a, well, bit of a civil demonstration happening.
Yes, most illogical, if you ask me.
And if you don't mind me asking, what's the cause of this?
If you ask me, it would appear that they no longer wish Starfleet presence in this system.
Can I do an empath check to sense what he's technically feeling? You know, it's hard to pick out a Vulcan, but
Memory serves me correctly, you get surface thoughts, right? And feelings.
yeah, but it's surface thought and feelings. Like, I can't invade someone's mind, obviously, but it is a check to sort of filter it out for an individual. At least according to talent.
So, would this be an opposed roll then?
No, I don't.
Or do you just
Not
get
the
it?
way it reads. Here, I'll post the talent says. It's
As
been
you
a
can tell,
while.
not a lot of people play beta sets.
Not anymore. No.
Let's see. Okay. So I would probably say this would probably be a task because he is not nearby. Nearby to me would probably be in the same proximity. You know, you're in orbit and on the planet.
I mean, Deanna Troy was able to do it through a view screen.
Yeah, but I would say that she was probably also doing a task.
Right, but no, I just wanted to, like, when he's talking, I wanted to figure out what if he's actually exhibiting like any emotions by it or hiding something when he says
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
protest.
Right.
Like,
Yeah,
I'm not
so
trying
what
to invade
they're-
his mind because that's like it's
No,
Yeah.
I get it. I'm just reading the rest part. You know, if the situation is stressful, maybe not on your end. There are a lot of people around him. He's a Vulcan. So yeah, I would just give this a difficulty 2 task. Probably medicine, insight medicine, I'd say.
Would you take psychology for a focus?
I would.
You said difficulty 2?
Yeah.
Spend a momentum to activate cautious medicine.
Wow, that's rare.
I know.
Gain 2 more.
I'm gonna be honest. I flipped the table when I made this character, so
I believe that's the type of information you'd be looking for. That as a empath you'd probably get.
yeah, okay. That's kind of what I was looking for. So anyway, so continue, please. I'm not going to interrupt the captain's speech. So
So, Governor, you say that they want Federation presence out of the system. Have they expressed why?
Their reasoning is beyond me, Captain. I've guided this colony for several years without incident. It is a wonder to me why all of a sudden they would turn against the administration on this planet.
So, to make sure I understand, they've spontaneously rose up without expressing any misgivings or any changes that they would like to see?
As I said, most illogical. Sorry, just trying to stay in Vulcan character.
No worries, no worries. Well, Governor, I assume that the situation has gone out of control at this point, or you're concerned it may go out of control.
Yes, we only have a small contingent of security officers. I feel that they may become overwhelmed with the situation. I'm not sure if a Vulcan would say it like that, but you get the idea.
And this protest, do you know? Well, I guess I should say, have you identified a leader at this point?
We have several people we believe might be leading this demonstration. But they have refused all attempts by us to reach out to them, to put an end to this conflict.
All right, well, just so we know what we're getting into, are they armed?
A few of the colonists may have phaser rifles for hunting purposes, as well as other weapons for use in farming and hunting.
Captain, you don't mind if I ask a question?
Of course, Odutan.
Governor, are any of the colonists or your security members injured and require any medical assistance?
Our doctors assure me that all of the colonists are in good health.
Very well.
And Governor, what actions have you taken up to this point to address this protest? Have you spoken with the protesters?
We have tried numerous attempts to meet with who we suspect is this movement's leaders, but we have had no luck in setting up such a meeting. As for what we have done to deal with the situation, it is within Federation law to allow such a demonstration, so we have not taken any steps to stop it.
Understood. And rightfully so. It doesn't seem like the protesters have become violent at this point. They merely are expressing vague concerns, it sounds like. All right, Governor. Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to send a team down to assess the situation and see how we can help.
We will await your arrival.
Thank you. DeGrasse out.
Oberon turns in the chair, just looks at you. I believe he's hiding something, Captain.
Huh. And do you have a suspicion as to what?
He's clearly in his emotional state. He was very choosy in his words and how he spoke to you. Like he was holding back thoughts.
I agree. Well, even though he's a Vulcan, did you get a read on his emotional state?
Vulcans are very tough to read, but he definitely was hiding particular information from you. One question, this is probably like a momentum spend, considering I was actively trying to sense his emotional state.
Mm-hmm.
There was one point where he did he seem fearful from the writers on how they were doing things? Like a sense of worry or fear?
I'll accept it. God, I cannot type today.
And if I understood correctly, the governor said the protesters are armed with slug rifles or slug throwers, like hunting rifles, and just like farm, utility items, maybe knives or swords or makeshift.
Yeah, like farming utensils, probably knives, Bowie knives for things, maybe plant, probably phase knives, whatever, laser scalpels, whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Probably the civilian equivalent of a phaser rifle.
Okay.
I will say this though, Captain. At one point though, I think I got the sense of fear from him. Vulcans are not void of emotion, they just choose to suppress it, and some things do come to the surface.
It's interesting. Never seen a Vulcan fearful before.
Well, they won't show it, but
That's true. I guess it is there. All right. Looks like we'll have to send a team down there. Johnson, I want you to assemble an away team focused on, well, both controlling any violence that may crop up in the event that it does, and treating any injuries that may result from that. I would like you to take over the operational approach for the away team. I will be going down, but I will expect you to manage the on the ground. I'll be doing a little more talking with the governor.
Aye, sir. And she will see about assembling a away team with a security team and a medical team. And get Oda down to join her as well.
I'm gonna be honest. Given my character's talents, I would probably be better suited to assist the captain. Because I have like insightful guidance, so if I assist like with social conflict roles and stuff, they get an advantage.
Okay, well, I mean, I was mostly bringing you to manage your own medical team, but that's fine too.
That's what the advantage is there for, is to literally take care of that.
Oh, okay, yeah. Captain, just standard phasers. For the away team.
Well, I will leave that up to your discretion as the security officer.
And are we beaming down or taking a shuttle?
My inclination is to beam down, unless you feel otherwise.
That sounds perfectly fine by me, Captain.
And Johnson,
yes, Captain.
in this situation, well, I've only been involved in a few situations like this, but an emotional crowd is a difficult thing to manage. So I would lean diplomatically, but I would prepare for a tense situation.
Aye, Captain. So, how many tactical, how many security officers you want me to take?
Wouldn't the advantage cover that? Or I guess you could take like a security team.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
That's
probably the best idea.
A threat and a momentum spend?
Well, he is the security officer, so
Yes,
he gets
he
that
is,
advantage to create a security team while he's on the ship. So you get one for free.
Okay.
You could have 2 with the advantage if you wish.
Considering the protesting and the potential for violence from the protesters, I will take 2. That way we can try and cover more area if need be.
So what is a typical security team detachment? 4 individuals, let's say?
I know it's like different on every series.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to... I tend to lean to 4.
Yeah, 4 sounds like a reasonable number. I mean,
Is the way I think of it, like that's a good amount in case you needed to beam them out
yep.
quickly. 4 is a good number.
Yeah, like taking Terminator and getting the F out.
Yeah, that's kind of how I lean.
I wonder what the Vulcan Terminator's going to think of a half.
But yeah, also that being said, you do have extended shuttle bays, so you could have a big shuttle and just bring them all with you.
Mm-hmm.
Group of 20, let's go.
That is true. Yeah.
No, I want to leave some on the ship for sure. But yeah, 2 squads of 4, so 8 altogether.
Yeah,
Sounds
yeah.
good.
We'll say you'll have 8 security officers with you.
Yep.
In 2 security.
Yep. Cool.
Right. So I guess the question is. Step digresses away really quick. We'll wait for him to come back. I just need to know who's going where.
The doctor will be going with the captain.
So is the captain going down in the first group, or are you sending Johnson down with the security first?
My inclination would be to send Johnson down first. Mainly to assess the situation. And then just ensure that a contact would be safe in the administrative building.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. I just wanted to know what's happening first.
Yeah, I assume my team and I will do some crowd control and secure the area.
All right. And you're transporting down, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll keep in the same scene. I'll waive the transporter roll. I'll give that to you for free. That was not the transporter. That is. All right, we'll reuse this scene. And I didn't put the people I needed to in there. All right, so Johnson, you and your security team beam down to the governor's compound, to the administrative building. We'll call. Oops. As soon as you get there, you notice that the entire compound is just surrounded with what you would estimate as hundreds of protesters. Once more, they are, from what you could tell, extremely angry. They're yelling things, like Starfleet out, Governor, go away, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Some even worse than that,
Oh
some
yeah. Mm-hmm.
possibly calling for his head.
Okay.
You do notice that around the compound is a makeshift fence. That's basically like whatever was lying around. The security team that was there kind of just threw a crappy barricades and is hoping that is keeping back the crowd. And once more, the crowd is starting to throw things, rocks, old boots with holes in them, bricks into the compound that's banging off the ceiling, the roof. You're probably having to dodge a couple.
All right. I'm gonna put myself near the governor to protect him and his staff.
I do have to kind of explain some of the layout that you're seeing, though.
Oh, sure.
So there is water here, but that water, ignore the water that's concrete.
Okay.
That's just concrete ground from probably the administrative building. So there's no water here, and everything that is green is not green. It's basically dead and browned plants. As if they haven't been watered. Like it looks like there's a drought here. All the trees are brown, the
Okay.
grass is brown. There's no flowers anywhere. The trees are browning.
Take some scans of that, and I would like to call back, ask the governor if he would. Is he outside or is he inside?
He's in his office on the second floor here.
Okay. So I want to put a couple of my security outside his office in case something bad happens, and put some more out to do ground control. And then I want to call back up to the captain and let him know what I'm seeing.
All right, so we'll head to the bridge, and that's not the correct bridge. That's the correct bridge. All right, and yeah, go ahead, Johnson. Go ahead and make your hail.
Johnson to Captain DeGrasse.
Gross here. What's the situation, Johnson?
Situation is hostile and dangerous, Captain. The crowd is getting a little more violent. They're starting to throw objects at the security team here and my personnel. They have a makeshift fence, but it's probably not going to hold if they are rushed. There's more than 100 civilians here outside the administrative building. The area around the administrative building looks like it's been in a drought. That may be part of why they're protesting. Perhaps their way of life isn't working, or something has gone wrong. I don't know any more details than that. I have put 2 personnel outside the governor's office for his protection, and the rest are scattered inside and near the barrier to do crowd control.
Well, good work, Johnson. Would your assessment be that the rest of us could beam down to speak to the governor, or no?
It should be doable, but I don't know. Certainly, if the crowd decides not to protest, things can escalate, sir, easily. and they don't look like they have a way to stop this mess without possibly harming civilians.
Hey, it's well understood and noted. We'll be down shortly.
I'll be ready.
Gross out.
Yep. I'm going to take a position where I can keep an eye on the crowd and try to patch in with whoever's in command of the security down here and try and coordinate with him or her.
All right. Trying to see if roll 20 has crowd noise. Or like a riot. Just to give some ambiance. Does not look like it. All right. Back on the bridge. What are we doing, Digress? Yeah. So, Johnson, the situation on the planet is stable, but yeah, you probably said it right. It could escalate at any point. You feel. So yeah, probably what you said to the captain is true and accurate.
Yeah, I wanted to coordinate with the ground security and the governor's security here as well, so we can make a plan in case it goes.
You know what? Go ahead and give me a presence security roll.
Okay.
Diff 2, and then that would give you control of the governor's security as well. So basically, you'd have 3 security teams, is how I see it.
Okay.
3 security teams and an engineer, I should say.
I'm cautious security. You said Diff 2?
Yeah.
So let me buy a die with momentum. I don't have any focuses. I'll reroll that with the cautious security.
All right, gain 2 more, and yeah, as soon as you get there, you're pretty much the ranking security officer, so they agree to follow your orders. Because you guys seem to know what you're doing.
Yeah, I want a team near the governor and my captain and anybody that's with him, and then spread the teams. How many personnel are in the administrative building?
There's probably a lot of there's probably a dozen or so bureaucrats. There's maybe 5 security officers.
5? Okay.
Or sorry, 4 security officers and an engineer.
All right. So
one is on the roof, just observing the crowd.
Okay.
So you had 3 at the barricade, and then an engineer that was basically pressed the service.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll be on the ship to figure out what the captain is doing.
Sure.
Well, Odutan, I hope you're ready.
Should be interesting. It's my first riot. Protest?
Well, I guess we're gonna find out the answer to that question. Trying to figure out who the ranking person on the bridge would be. All right, so we got 2 ensigns. Chakrath, I don't think is an officer.
Pick one.
This might be. Prax is Dagon? Is she at least a lieutenant?
Oh, I didn't put a rank in. I was gonna have her an ensign, but make her lieutenant. It's fine.
Okay, please do. Can't have an ensign running my ship.
Just reverse Harry Kim this. Let him take command.
Yeah.
I mean, if you figure Orgel has been with you a while, he's probably made lieutenant by now, unless he's a screw up.
Mm.
Well, it's Orgel, maybe.
Yeah.
Unless he has values.
I would say honestly, he should have been lieutenant a long time ago.
Yeah, you can make Orgel a lieutenant.
Alrighty. So DeGrasse, I'll just say, Orgel, field promotion. Congratulations on being promoted to lieutenant.
Oh,
You have the bridge.
Thank you, sir.
Well, don't get too used to it, kid. We'll be back. All right. Udutan?
Do I get a field promotion, Captain?
Well, let's see if I'm still in a good mood when I get back. You're right about this governor. Well, we'll see what we can get out of him. And yeah, DeGrasse will make his way to transports and we'll be down to the surface.
Where at the surface?
The administrative building.
I'll put you in his office just for ease.
Cool.
All right, so DeGrasse, you and God, I forget how big your token is when you first place it. You and Odatan beam down to the governor's office. Johnson, are you in with the governor, or are you at the barricade? Oh, I think they're there, aren't they?
Yeah, they went AFK.
All right, I'll ask them when they get back. So you beam down into the governor's office. You see the security detail from your ship around the governor, and outside through the window, you could just see the hundreds of people that more are gathering into the crowd by the minute. Just a scene of chaos and frustration. When you get there, a brick hits the window, bounces off. You know, they're trying to break the windows of the place, but, you know, they're pretty sturdy.
Well, Governor, they certainly seem rather upset.
Yes, perhaps Starfleet has not seen the seriousness of the situation. But I am glad you are here.
Well, perhaps not. And likewise, I'm glad I'm here to personally assess the situation. So how long ago did these protests, or more than protests, start?
We have noticed the demonstrations in the town center happening roughly 3 months ago.
And what were these demonstrations? Just people holding up signs, or?
Yes, the security team just reported little minor disturbances of protesters. Nothing serious. They would stand around complaining about this or that from the colony, and then they would normally dissipate.
And were there any particular topics that they focused on, or was it truly this or that?
The colony is not without its problems, of course. This is a frontier colony after all. But nothing that would escalate to this.
Well, if you wouldn't mind enlightening me about some of those problems, I would greatly appreciate it.
Unfortunately, no dialogue has been able to be reached with this group of protesters. So I, of course, do not know their exact complaints.
Your perspective, though, what could be improved?
Look out into the city at large, Captain. Can you believe that they chose this way of life? No food replicators. No comforts that we would associate with being a Federation citizen.
It sounds like you disapprove.
It is my belief that they're arguing over nothing.
Well, with all due respect, Governor, I'm not sure that was the answer to the question that I asked. Do you disapprove of the way of life that they want to lead?
This life is not my choice.
Oh, understood. And I do think many would agree with you in that. What brought you here, Governor?
I, like you, am given orders. I am, after all, a humble servant to the Federation.
Ross will
Um,
look out on all the dying vegetation and knowing that his security officer mentioned it, he'll say, has there been some sort of droughts on this planet?
Yes, we have not experienced any rainfall in months. Exactly 9 months, to be precise.
So I assume that's unusual for this planet. It wasn't planned for?
Initial weather surveys of this planet indicated that this would be a rather lush planet.
And enlighten me. What steps have been taken to address this drought?
We have sent survey teams to find new sources of water. But unfortunately, the areas within our effective zone of influence are already dried up.
Effective zone of influence.
Obviously, Captain, we don't have the infrastructure to reach out very far from the colony. And it's not exactly as if we could find a lake and walk the water back. Meaning most water sources need to be local.
Could you not request aid to help dig a canal?
Requests have been made for Federation assistance in the past. However, each time was always met with the same excuse. The resources need to be diverted to the war effort. Resources need to be diverted to rebuilding Cardassia, among other reasons. A small frontier colony sometimes is not on the priority list to receive supplies.
Forgive my intrusion, but Starbase 200 is not that far from here. I would assume they would be able to at least hand over excavating equipment that's needed, especially when people's lives are at stake. 2 successes, by the way, from the roll.
Yes. See, you asked double check why he was assigned to the colony?
Yeah. Kind of confirming. Because honestly, like, most Federation roles, their leaders are elected, not assigned. That just seems suspicious.
Right. I'll send you something.
That's a good point.
I think that answers your question. What was the question asked directly to him before I answered that?
Why hasn't he requested Starbase 200 is relatively close? Why hasn't he requested excavation equipment to help dig, or trench for new water sources?
Besides the reasons I already gave you, you must keep in mind the initial idea of this colony. A group of like-minded settlers eager to eke out an existence on the frontier.
Well, it seems to me, Governor, that that might be the root of the problem here. At first glance, at least, if we can somehow get water to these people, to the plants, and I don't know, he'll look at him very sternly and very closely. That could be a relevant reason for why they might be protesting.
Does this colony not have sort of a board or some sort of forum to express what they feel the colony needs?
Of course, I would imagine such a group would exist.
I meant something that went directly to you. So you could do your help facilitate in your job. Considering you were, I guess, assigned here as part of the original, from what it looks like.
Our duties here was solely to facilitate the initial construction of the colony, and then facilitate any needs with Starfleet.
Facilitate needs with Starfleet. I'm sorry. I'm really confused by that response as she looks to the captain.
Maybe jumping ahead, but it seems like the governor here feels like his mission is a little more hands-off than maybe we would expect of other governors. Is that accurate, Governor?
I would say you are very observant. These facilities have been set up. It is, after all, the initial goal of this colony to eke out a rugged existence without the use of fancy technology.
Then what is the purpose of you remaining here if that's the case, if your job is done?
It is a question I ask myself on numerous occasions.
Is he a member of Starfleet, or he's part of
Like you know, like how there's a group that sets up new colonies. He's part of that division.
I mean, it's not really Starfleet, it's more
Probably a Federation
Federation
thing.
colony. Like, it's more of like
He's not a member of Starfleet. He's like a Federation bureaucrat.
Like a civilian.
Yeah.
similar to diplomatic corps, but more like along the lines of
Like whatever group is responsible for finding and setting up new colonies, he's part of that group. I can't think of the name of it. I know one exists. What does Roll20 say about that? So I know I read it somewhere. I just can't think of the name of it off the moment.
like he's part of he's literally a city planner, and that's it.
Yeah, pretty much.
But even then, he's failing at his job.
Yeah, for sure.
Your opinion. But at any rate, whatever that organization is what he was a part of.
Well, Governor, if you don't mind, I would like to speak with someone among the protesters to make sure that, well, they're concerned with the things that we think they may be concerned with. So you yourself have said previously that you have not identified anyone. Is that correct?
That is correct. You are, of course, welcome to go out there and try to find them yourselves. As he kind of motions to the large crowd that has gathered. That has continued to grow, I might add.
Well, Governor, I think that's an excellent idea. Better me than you in this current situation, I feel as well. things could get very out of control if you were to step outside this building. Let me go speak to my chief of security, and we'll see what we can do. In the meantime, I'd recommend hanging tight.
And he just gives you the solemn Vulcan nod as he
Uh,
goes back to his desk to push papers.
I turn on my heel without acknowledging and beckon Odutan to come with me.
Oh, she's following it. It's just looking at you like, or physically complex. Like, why is this guy still here? I'm just a little confused, Captain. He said the needs of Starfleet. What would we have with a colony like such as this?
I don't know. Doesn't seem like this is in a strategic area. I know it's near the border with Tholian space, but
I mean, there's a lot of systems that border only in space.
that is true.
We're not going to walk out those doors, right?
Maybe eventually, but
Me. Maybe
Cassie.
beam on the other side of the crowd?
Well, we could try it. I'm open to ideas, but I would like to speak with somebody before. Well,
Well, maybe we should speak to someone in the village that's not part of the crowd.
yeah. Maybe a good idea too. I'm just shocked there isn't a leader or somebody we could talk to.
There probably is one. He's not willing to tell.
It's my guess too. Were you able to assess anything about our friends?
To be honest, the angry crowd out back is really drowning out anything that I could sense.
That's fair. Well, you know what? I like your idea. Let's beam to the village. Maybe we can talk to some people who might be a little calmer than our friends outdoors. So yeah, DeGrasse will see Johnson and walk up and say, Johnson,
Yes, sir.
what's your assessment?
Between the current state of protesting and the small acts of violence, I believe it's a powder keg waiting to explode. And the drought-looking conditions may have something to do with it. I don't know any other details other than he has very minimal security, and that makeshift barrier won't hold this crowd at all. I don't want to have to shoot civilians, sir. Even unstunned.
Well, I understand, Johnson.
Although it may have to not be stunned if they start being violent.
Let's keep it to stun.
Yep.
And
guess.
and if
I
anything
think-
were to happen, let's make the first order of business evacuation.
Yes, that was my plan. I wanted to get the governor and his staff in a position where they can be protected and beamed out.
Well, you do what you need to do here. You're in operational control of the security on the grounds. If the governor or his people give you any trouble about evacuation or anything like that, if there's enough time, let me know. If not, your orders are to ensure their safe evacuation, regardless of whether they agree to it or not.
Aye, Captain.
Cassie and I are going to go take a trip to the village. We'll be back shortly.
Send an officer with you.
That would be most appreciated.
Send one of my security team with him. I'd like to send two, but it's probably better to have the extra one here.
I mean, we
Yeah,
could have.
don't blame.
That
Sure.
way it doesn't antagonize the people seeing multiple security officers
You could,
in the crowd.
activate Shakafreth and
Ooh, yeah.
use her if you want.
Yeah, I'm down for that. So yeah, I think she's still. I think she's on the bridge. So, DeGrasse will tap his comm badge, and then request.
Just to make this easy, I would just say she's probably part of the security detail. So if you
Okay.
activate her, you just pull one of them.
Awesome.
Because I think that's kind of what Johnson was saying anyway.
Yeah, that was the idea. That
Yeah, because the way I see the security team is they're nameless, faceless anyway until you activate one of them, and then you pull shock drift from the security detail. That's how I would play it in case there is like a situation where you couldn't beam them down from the ship. So good to activate them. But either way, yes.
Cool. Yeah, let's do it. So, yeah, DeGrasse would, communicate with the ship and then request a site-to-site beaming to the village.
All right. Probably gonna have to theater of the mind this. All right, so it's DeGrasse, it's Udutan, and Shishakrith.
Believe so.
Yeah.
Right? No one else, or did you bring somebody else?
No, just those three.
It is standard Starfleet security protocol for a captain to not be unaccompanied by a security officer when in the face of danger.
All right. So I won't make you roll for the transport roll. So you're beamed to the other edge of the village, and the first thing you notice is just the state of decay that most of the colonist buildings are in. Like several of the tents have actual holes in them. A few of the prehab shelters that would have been brought seem to be falling apart in disrepair. Like you could definitely tell that many of the villagers probably suffer from a small case of malnourishment. You could tell a few people are probably dehydrated.
The doctor is going to instantly take out her medical tricorder and run up to one of the villagers who is either lying down and scan them.
All right, reason or insight medicine difficulty 1.
I'm going to spend a momentum to see if I can even get momentum back. but xenobiology for focus.
Yeah, I should also say that this will be a new scene, so you probably lose that last one.
Okay.
And then, so yeah, you lose that last one because we'll change scenes, and then this will be gain 3. This kind of just confirms what I was saying. There's definitely malnourishment. There's definitely some dehydration. You know, they're not drinking enough water, which is consistent. You know, with probably not having enough food, water. Clearly, from what the governor was saying earlier.
Going to load a hypo with sort of like a saline solution to really help hydrate. And Moshe's like, do you mind?
Here's a small nod, kind of hesitant, with your empathy, probably a hint of distrust.
This will help. This will make you feel a little better. And checks them to hopefully help with the dehydration.
And you scan, and it is helping. Obviously, they are in a pretty moderate state of dehydration and malnourishment, so definitely going to need more. But you notice it is helping.
Captain, we need to set up emergency aid tent. At least to help give these people food and water and treat any other medical conditions. These people are starving to death, sir.
This is a mess. Taps his comm badge. Gross to the expedition. The Tian An Men. Jeez. Muscle memory.
It's my ship. Can't have it yet.
Not yet. I'm kidding.
Tian An Men here, Captain.
Tian An Men, we're going to have a first aid tent and a supply tent down here. Ready medical supplies, rations, and drinkable water.
And that'll be the advantage set up by Udoda earlier. That's already ready to
Just say
go.
the doctor. It's fine.
The doctor. Set up by the doctor. It's already ready to go.
Yeah, like once that's set up, Gross will, kind of supervise, I guess, the setup, and then.
Well, it's not transported down yet. They're just saying, yeah, the doctor already has it ready to go.
Oh, gotcha.
On your order, sir.
My orders are to get it down here, so let me know when it's ready.
Understood, sir. Should be about 30 minutes to get everything finalized and ready to transport.
Good. Well, let's make haste. Gross out. So DeGrosse is going to find somebody who is not laying on the ground dying, who looks healthy and willing to talk to him.
So, it's still a fairly busy part of town. People coming and going. As you look around, there's definitely people that are, you could tell, just distrustful of you. Some people walk the other way when you start to approach. You try to talk to somebody and he just kind of gives you the brush off.
Any other emotions they're exhibiting besides just the distrust? That's on the surface?
Give me what would this be? Insight, medicine. I'll make this a diff 2.
Psychology for focus?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Spending momentum. Fish.
What'd I say it was 2, so you gain 3? So most of the people you've encountered, most of the overlying feelings are of mistrust or saddened, depressed by the situation. However, there is one that you noticed nearby who is more curious than anything.
Captain, and she kind of motions to a certain points to, well, not like suggests softly to the person that is potentially curious. Perhaps we'll have better luck with them. Kind of like nodding in their general direction.
Thank you, Cassie. I don't know what I'd do without you. Gross will make his way over and say, "Hey, friends, do you have a minute?"
I wouldn't call us friends, Starfleet.
Just
As
a greeting.
he's kind of like gathering materials in a box.
Well, maybe not yet. And just a greeting. Could you tell me a little bit about what's happened here? Seems, well, obviously people are sick and starving. I don't imagine it's always been this way.
You noticed that, did you?
To be honest, it wasn't that hard to see.
I would hope not. Just look at the state you left this place in.
Left this place. Do you mean your governor?
The governor, Starfleet, doesn't matter.
Well, I have to say that, from what I understand, the governor himself is not Starfleet. Ross will look around. We'll be bringing down food, water, and medical supplies. My ship is preparing those for transport shortly. We're going to try to get these people the help they need.
Yeah, that's all fine and good for what? A week? 2 weeks?
Granted, it's a short-term solution, but we're also looking for a long-term solution. Heard, you haven't got much rain lately, is that correct?
And I suppose you figured that one out all by yourself too, huh?
I'm proud to say I did. But one thing I haven't figured out, how it got to this state. Was it just a lack of rain, or was it mismanagement?
Give me a presence command. I'm gonna make this opposed.
Local?
Oh wow, he's actually pretty good at this.
Oh, shit.
Teach me to just grab a random character.
Yeah, you're grabbing a player character. A former player character.
Oh, God.
Can I assist with this?
Yeah, I'll give you an assist.
because that gives Captain an advantage.
I greatly appreciate it. See what I have here. Actually, can I use my determination on this?
Value?
Spirited debate is good debate.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'll take it.
Thank you much.
I think you've effectively engaged this guy in debate. That's a blast from the past.
Yeah. It's been a while since I've used that one. Okay, so persuasion for a focus.
Yep.
Cool. Hey, stats are actually pretty good, so take a threat.
I'll spend the threat.
Oh, I'll
Damn.
take that. I will take that.
And he did not roll bad either.
Wow.
So that's 8 successes to his 4, so you gain 4. All right, so what was the inquiry?
Basically, I was asking him if he believed that the colony was mismanaged.
I thought you were asking about the weather first.
I did. Yeah, it's kind of a dual question.
'Cause I can't remember what the hell the thing was. So go back and watch the stream. Ask what the question was. Because I thought you asked what caused the thing.
Yeah, so I asked, it was a dual question. So my first part was, I did ask, like his view on what led to the weather issues. And then the second part was me kind of leading him in the direction of mismanagement.
Okay, so to your first point, we'll try to resume the dialogue. Well, what do you suppose happens after 9 months of no rain? The water dries up, the crops die, the wild game and herds move on to greener pastures.
Well, that makes sense. What doesn't make sense to me is, did you not have water stores? Have you not located another place to get water?
Best we could tell us, the water has dried up almost on the entire planet. This is a planet-wide phenomenon, best we can tell. We keep hoping every day that the rains will come and bring life back to this god-forsaken hellhole.
Query real quick, GM. You said it was class M, right?
It is.
On the scans, and it was showing water? Like, because
It's hard to
typically if it
tell.
was like in a drought, it would not be considered class M.
Yeah, it would. Class M's are still classified as desert planets. There's water just not around them.
Ah, so this gentleman could be wrong about it being a planet-wide phenomenon. Is that accurate?
Could be. I mean, he doesn't exactly have access to sensors.
That's a good point.
Remember, they're trying to live the rugged life.
The grass will say.
I just feel like that would have, like, being arid would have been in the initial report. But
No, you're correct in that assessment.
perhaps we should get the ship to do a second scan, sir. I'm a little confused by the report what we saw earlier.
I certainly believe that would be warranted. I'll continue speaking to this gentleman, and Cassie, I'll let you manage that.
I was just gonna have to tell the ship, someone on the ship, to do a second scan of the planet, and
Yeah, we'll head to the ship after the communication here. We'll stay here for a minute.
So, what's your name?
Glenn.
Glenn, my name is Haber. What brought you here?
Promise of a new life, new challenges. Suppose that's why we're all here.
Well, it certainly seems like you have a challenge here. Are you interested in leaving this planet, Glenn?
This was a nice place about a year ago. Beautiful scenery, beautiful crops, everything we ever wanted.
And what's your opinion on the governor? Seems like many of your fellows don't think too highly of him.
Governor, if you could call him that. It's always one excuse after the other why we can't get the things we actually need.
Well, I do have to say the war has made these things a little difficult, but
And as soon as you say that, you just see his eyes roll in the most, telltale fashion. Like, I don't want to hear this bullshit anymore.
but with that said, I may share your assessment of the governor. He was less than forthcoming about the reasons why you all may have been unhappy until we came here and saw it for ourselves.
You could clearly see we have issues that desperately need to be solved.
Well, Glenn, it's our intention to try to solve those, get you all back on your feet, and make sure that you can resume your former way of life. This isn't a good situation, and we're going to see what we can do to help.
I'll see it. I'll believe it when I see it. We've been promised this before.
by who? If you don't mind me asking.
Who else?
Starfleet.
Starfleet, the Federation, the governor, his lackeys.
You're saying Starfleet's been here before?
So the governor claims.
How long ago?
A few weeks ago, I think he said.
She just looks at the captain, and does he seem like truthful? You know,
As far as you could tell, yes.
and like empathically, he's like telling the truth.
As he knows it, yeah.
She just, her eyes open wide and is like, and looks at the captain like, what the hell?
Well, Glenn, you've certainly given us a lot to think about. Well, thank you. I hope the next time we speak, I have good news for you.
Like I said before, I'll believe it when I see it.
DeGrasse will step away and allow Odutan to request a scan of the planet.
I'm more curious as to if he certainly believes Starfleet was here a few weeks ago. Why are we even here? Clearly, any Starfleet officer would see the state that we see it in 3 weeks ago, and we have a mandate to help those in need, don't we? Do we not?
Well, this leads me in two directions. The first is that, well, I guess most directly, the governor was lying. Or, to your points, if Starfleet was here, probably even more of a mystery why the Admiral sent us and didn't make us aware of any other ships coming here.
Do you even think the Admiral was aware of that? Assuming this is all true.
It's also a possibility.
Taps her communicator. Lieutenant Odutan to Tian An Men.
Oop, I'm trying to switch to the bridge. Gah, go away. There it is. Go ahead, Doctor.
Can we get a scan of the planet? Check for weather patterns and rainfall activity.
We'll start that right away.
Looks like our supporting character is going to get some use.
I know.
First activation. Whoever wants to roll for it.
Yeah, I can roll for it.
All right. Is there anything else you guys on the planet are doing? The way to see it, this analysis is going to take time, so we'll do the rolls, but you get the information later. Just want to know where you guys were heading next.
So yeah, my assumption is that there's the village. Is there any other settlements around the village? Anything noteworthy?
Not really. The generator would probably be in the village. The water treatment plant, the farming area, but probably a wet market, like a wet market.
Yeah. Well, DeGrasse will walk off and tap his comm badge. I mean, while this is kind of going on, after Odutan gives the order, he wants to check with the Admiral and ask the question directly.
Okay. We'll get back to that. Let's go ahead and take care of the rolls just to get that out of the way, and then we can head back to the player characters. So what do you want them to search for?
I mean, I was thinking really about the weather patterns to like clarify, like, because he's saying there hasn't been rain in 9 months. So clearly some sort of weather pattern has changed or something has caused a shift in the weather pattern, or there's something else at play. Because he's saying there's like, it's planet wide. So obviously looking into there was probably a survey record from when the planet was prior to its colonization. So I mean, there could be a comparison to what it is technically currently, and then it was in the 10 years ago.
Yeah.
To see if something catastrophic is slowly happening.
Nope, you said all the right words. So I do have a roll. It's going to be difficult because
We have 6 momentum.
Yeah, because what's actually happening is very hard to find. So I'm probably going to make this diff 4, and since I have a low threat, a complication 2.
The ship's assisting, right?
Yes, sensor science. Roll is probably going to be reason or control science. Well, no. Insider reason science.
We have 6 momentum. I probably want to spend all of it in sensor operations for focus. I mean, she's
Sure does.
yeah. So if you're rolling for it, Captain, go right ahead. She'll have a focus. Probably want to spend all the momentum as anyway.
Yeah, good call. Okay, so diff 4, complication 2. She'll have a focus. Is it a reason science roll?
Reason or insight.
Definitely reason. So what is that? So okay, so that's 5 dice, right?
Yep.
For that spend. Okay. All right. This might be it. Here goes nothing.
Well, there's the ship. And the complication is a natural 20.
Right.
Jesus.
Go gadget chip. It could crit.
Ooh. Yeah, I guess I can roll for the ship. Oh my God. All right. Rule for tonight, I'm not rolling for the ship anymore. Oh.
Wow. I didn't even have to increase the complication range on that.
Oh, man.
2 nat 20s. Trying to see if you have anything on the ship that allow you to reroll. No. I don't think she has any talents yet.
No, she's a blanket character, so it's just gonna have to stand.
Wow.
Well,
That's the way it happens when it's a new supporting character.
yeah, that's true.
I mean, you succeeded at least. You got to do 4. I gotta think of 2 bad things to happen.
You could take one of those as threat, two
Yeah,
threat.
I'm probably going to, because I'm only at 4 threat, so I'll take one of them as threat.
Take the other one too. Just go right back up to 8. Fine with me.
I might actually. I will, because I want something to happen. All right. So like I said, that's good. That analysis does take time. I will inform you of what the analysis finds when I think it is relevant to this. When I think it is time to get it, I'll let you know what that is. So as far as you're concerned on the planet, they're starting to work on the analysis of what's going on. That'll obviously take time while you're doing other things. So I believe the captain was going to try to call Keller.
Yep. gonna get on the space telephone and call the Admiral.
This is Admiral Keller.
Admiral, this is Captain DeGrasse. Well, we've made contact with the governor, and I think we have a good theory as to why the colonists are upset.
I look forward to reading your report, but I'm assuming that's not why you wanted to talk to me.
Admiral, you're perceptive as always. We heard from one of the colonists that Starfleet may have been to this colony not too long ago. We were wondering if that was true.
You hear a little bit of a pause, a few tapping on a console. No, the request for assistance occurred approximately 2 days ago. Other than that, there has been no Starfleet contact with the colony since its initial setup.
Interesting, Admiral. Well, we appreciate it.
Is that all, Captain?
It is, Admiral. We'll reach out with any further questions on this. We should be
Very good. Keller out. He's an admiral. You don't hang up on the admiral. He hangs up on you.
I know. I forgot. Well, Cassie, unless the admiral's lying, seems the governor might be lying.
I highly doubt the Admiral would be lying in this situation.
Let's hope not.
This is really curious. If you don't mind, Captain, I'd like to take some of the more ones that are more dire need back up to, or have them transported up to the ship to get better medical care.
Granted. Let's get them in good order, and let's make sure to give them a positive impression of the Federation and the Starfleet. Seems like there could be a little PR work for us to do down here as well.
Meanwhile, back at the governor's mansion.
Bet you say.
Johnson, are you here?
Yes. Yep.
All right. As the captain and the good doctor are away, you have noticed that the sheer number of people at this protest has probably grown by another, you estimate, 100 people.
Oh my. Okay.
And it is starting to get nasty out here. More things are being thrown. They're starting to try to push down the barricades. The yelling has gotten angrier. It's definitely at the tipping point, you feel.
Yep, I'm gonna ask that the governor and his staff get with my security team and prepare to leave should things progress any worse. That we're gonna start beaming people out. And I would like to contact Captain DeGrasse.
Yep.
as
Go
well.
ahead and role play what you need to.
Johnson to Commander DeGrasse, or Captain DeGrasse.
Yes, Johnson. How is it?
Things are escalating, sir. at least 100 more civilians have joined the crowd outside, and things are getting more violent with them throwing objects and words, and it looks like it may break any moment. I am hitting the governor and his staff ready to beam out and preparing to pull the security team away from the crowd if needed to prevent the losses.
Just so I'm clear, you said that you're preparing to do that, or do you recommend that be done right now?
I suggest we make a plan to get off the planet now before it breaks, because it is escalating, and I'm probably gonna have to start studying people, and then it's gonna get worse.
All right, well, please see to it.
Yes, sir.
Let me know if things, well, escalate to the breaking point.
Yes, Captain. Johnson out. Alright, I'm gonna have the security team set their phasers to stun and try to maximize ground control and have the two that are near the governor and the staff, have them prepare to beam out, or beam to the TMN. I'm gonna contact the TMN and have them prepare Lahan transporters and beam them, especially if the crowd tries to break past the security lines.
All right, so you are ordering the evacuation? Yay?
Yes. Things are
Okay.
things are looking like they're gonna get worse, and I don't want to have to, with that many civilians trying to get past the security team. It's gonna be a nightmare for the governor and his staff. I don't want to put them at risk.
And then you have 7.
Sure not. Well, sure not some force fields.
All right, so
I don't know this is mad.
so I believe the governor and his team accounts for 11 people. There are 5 Starfleet personnel that work in the governor's administration building.
Yeah, I thought there was not that many.
And then there are 7 on your security detail, Manisha Chakrith, that went to
Yeah.
the other place, and
Right.
then yourself.
You said there was, so there's 5. We're counting the 4 security and the 1 engineer. Is that the 5 you're referring to?
Yeah. All the ones in red are the Starfleet personnel. And
Okay.
then the blue and the green represent your security teams.
Okay.
The 4 individuals, because I didn't want to put all the tokens out.
Yeah.
The governor, I'll just call that 11, and then you.
Yeah, I don't know the transport capacity for the TMN. TMN.
I believe it's 6 per, right?
6 per, but smaller ships are sometimes 3, like a Defiant, or even I think even the NX class were 3.
Yeah, I mean, this is a scale 4.
Yeah, it would probably be 6.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I'm thinking.
And how many? It only has what? 2 pads or 2 transporters or 1?
That I don't.
I mean, a Galaxy class had like 8.
Yeah, no, yeah, I was
So,
saying it has a ton.
I imagine it has at least between 2 to 4 at least.
Okay. Yeah,
Well, yeah, I
I
know
have the
Voyager has
bullets,
2.
but I don't want to dig through my books or PDFs to find out. But yeah.
So
Okay.
here's what I'm thinking. I am
Mhm.
thinking that. Do the civilians have stats? No. I'll use the stats of who I think would be leading them. All right. So what we're gonna do is we're going to have kind of like an imposed extended task here.
Mhm.
So I'm trying to think how many breakthroughs this would be. So I'll probably make work the number of people here. So 8, 13, 24. So yeah, so we'll call that 24 work. That the math kind of works out, because what would that be? Would that be yeah, so that'd be 6 per transport, so it would be magnitude 4. We'll make it resistance of probably just 1.
Alpha Quadrant book has like stats for Federation colonists.
Do they? Yeah, I'll just use a task of who was leading it, because Johnson would be leading the evacuation, the other person leading the thing. So yeah, so this would probably be I'll probably use daring or presence with your security, I think.
All right.
Obviously versus theirs.
Mhm.
And yeah, so basically it's just a race to get the extended task done. Obviously for every breakthrough you make is 6 less people that are on here.
Mhm.
So if they complete their task first, they'll catch you, basically.
Okay.
And then whoever's left,
Yeah. All right. Oh, this would be fun.
I mean, I only have 4 threats, so
Well, I have no momentum yet. So,
oh, and by the by, I made this happen with all that threat that you gave me from the last roll.
oh no, yeah, those 2 pails. Thanks, Captain. Thanks.
Don't mention it.
Hopefully I don't die and I get to see you again. No, I am part of Cleon, so it'll take a little effort to get me down. Alright. So daring plus security.
Yep.
Alright. Determination.
If you got a relevant value.
Today is a good day to die.
I don't know, because you're trying to get everybody out alive.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
You'd have to sell me on it. I'm not saying no per se, but you'd have to sell me.
Price of
Well,
peace is vigilance.
yeah, I was gonna maybe
That
try
one I'll
that
take.
one. Yeah.
Yeah,
The
that's
price of
one.
peace is vigilant.
Yeah, that one I'll use.
Alright. And then I'll just roll.
I'll use a threat. I want to roll 3. Do they have a focus? Probably not.
Wouldn't the one of the security teams act to lower the difficulty by 1?
Yes, it will. Yes. Yeah, you have access to 2 security teams, so you could make them do stuff. Until they're gone, you can make them do stuff. So yeah, you could make this a diff 2, actually.
Yeah, let me do that. Let me do that too.
She does not pass. I forgot this was a diff 4. Roll your challenge dice.
7? Is that?
Uh,
How many challenge?
6.
6. Okay.
Wait, no, you get 7. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. You get 7. Oh wow. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Damn. Well, that's a breakthrough.
Yeah. It's a good start.
Sorry, I forgot. There is 1 resistance, so it's 9 work.
I just want to leave it at that. It's, This isn't timed.
Not so much timed as it is opposed. Like you're both trying to race to get this done first.
Mm-hmm.
See, this is where like the setback thing would come in handy. You don't even have to roll for it. Because the thing the GM's got you should read.
I know, I got to read that book.
Yeah. Like that would be perfect for this situation with the setback.
I mean, if you explain it, I'll use the book. It's just you got to explain what the thing
It's
is.
essentially every time there's an extended, whenever there's a task or whatever. So like in this case, you would set every time a roll's made, you would also roll challenge dice, but there is a set number of challenge dice, and the default is 4, and then you would have your own resistance, and then magnitude. So it's a race whoever gets to, in this case, would get to complete the magnitude first.
And that would be for both people. So we're just rolling challenge dice.
The standard test would still have to happen, but every time that there's a task roll, so even if Tahas fails the roll, you would still roll challenge dice.
Is it GM's guide, right?
Yeah, 209, I think.
Yeah, let me turn to that really quick. So yeah, I have it looking.
I don't have those newer books.
But it's but you would have like each time there's a breakthrough, something each time a setback happens, like you get like a breakthrough on the setback, and there's something that happens during that.
Extended consequences, is that it?
Yeah, I believe so. Consequences and effects. But yeah. Oh, sorry, that's the threat spends for it.
Yeah, I'd have to read this.
But yeah.
There's a lot more to it than I'm reading.
Yeah, there is. But obviously there's another method to do this That would be interesting.
Yeah, and probably one that they thought of retroactively that'll work better for situations like this.
Yep.
But we'll keep going as planned. But yeah,
Alright.
I get where the book's going, but yeah.
Alright. So roll again. I can still use the security teams, or
Yep.
yeah. Alright.
Yeah, until they're gone. So right now you got 6 of the governor's team out. So there's 5 of them.
Okay. So go ahead and lower the difficulty by 2.
Yep.
And I'll spend a momentum to roll 3 dice. And, cautious security. I'll reroll a 0.
Yep. So you gained 2. They succeeded finally. Ouch. And I can't reroll. Damn. You didn't give me threat or anything, right? Or did you?
No, I spent a momentum.
Okay.
Cautious.
Just making sure.
You want me to roll 2, right? Yep.
Yep. Yeah. Roll your challenge dice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 5 more work. So as you're starting to evacuate more and more people, you figure you got all of the governor and the Starfleet personnel are pretty much out of
Okay.
the compound at the moment. It's just you and your security team left, and despite how makeshift that barricade looks, the crowd is still having a very hard time trying to get through it. So it's actually built pretty well.
Alright. So, I'm going, well, I'm gonna let, Captain DeGrasse know, what's going on. And then, see him out and get ourselves out of here. Or seeing if we should wait before it gets any worse. So, need to finish this task, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you already said you were evacuating.
Yeah. So, yeah.
So the ship's just beaming people out.
Yeah. So, spend momentum for cautious security. Reroll that 1. There we go.
Oh, I see. So the other people wouldn't roll; they would still roll the challenge. I get it.
Yeah. And then you have stages for each breakthrough.
Yeah, that's kind of actually what I wanted to set up. But yeah, it is what it is. So right now you're doing another 6.
Spend momentum and re-roll the other 2. Oh well.
So you're done the work for magnitude 1. So it's just you and one security team left.
Yeah. Yeah.
As we'll probably say that right at this point, you guys probably got to, the highest point, on the roof, and just now the barricades are starting to topple over.
Yeah. You said, what is it? One,
Different
four,
for magnitude 1.
so, diff, one,
Yeah,
two.
which with their security team would just be diff 0.
Yep. Alright. Let's go ahead.
Gain 1. Let's roll your challenge dice.
I'll go ahead and reroll this 4.
Yep, right now you're only doing 2. That'll clear the work track. So, yep, you and your security team are beamed
Okay.
up with a large crowd around the transport room.
I will tap my comm badge and tell Captain Ross and all safely aboard.
Go ahead and roll play it out.
Johnson to Captain Ross.
Gross here.
We're all safely aboard the Tian An Men, sir, including the governor and his staff.
Thank you for letting me know. I'm assuming the crowd had reached the barricades.
Yes.
Okay. Well, make sure the governor and his team are escorted to safety on board the ship. And when you get to the bridge, please let Dagon or Dagon, however you pronounce it, let me know when she has completed her scans.
Aye, Captain.
Thanks for your work, Johnson.
Yes, sir. Johnson out. I'll head. Well, I'll make sure the governor and his staff are getting some accommodations and they're secure, and then head to the bridge
Yep.
and get this scan report.
Yep, and they're still working. So, yeah, we'll stick with the planet. What are you and the doctor doing, Captain?
Yeah, seriously, Prax. I'm gonna glance around, see if there's somebody else around that looks like he could ask them a quick question, or I mean, if Glenn is anywhere near, if you can see him, DeGrasse will walk up to him.
Glenn walked off.
Okay. Is there somebody else around?
I mean, there's a ton of people. I mean, you could obviously still hear the loudness coming from the governor's mansion.
Sure,
Or I should say the administrative building.
sure. DeGrasse will find, I guess, the first person or group of people that he finds and just ask, do you know who's leading that crowd at the building?
And behind you, you hear, "What's it to you, Starfleet?"
Well, to me, I would like to speak to this person. We're actively attempting to understand the nature of the lack of rain on this colony. But until that's complete, I don't think violence is the answer. He'll trail off.
Our people have suffered enough under that tyrant. He deserves what's coming to him, if you ask me.
Do I sense a state of hatred towards the governor?
You're asking the GM, right, and not him?
Yes.
Very much so.
Okay.
What after you handle the tyrants? Will water magically appear?
Figure if we have him, the Federation will have to listen to our needs then.
Federation is listening to your needs right now.
We are getting ready to beam down a first aid tent to provide food, water, and any medical needs.
As far as I'm concerned, more empty promises.
Why do you say that?
Am I really to believe that Starfleet, that the Federation, would abandon a newly formed colony for the sake of Cardassians?
We were sent here by our superiors because your colony was in distress. And to render any aid.
Well, you're about 9 months too late for that.
Tom, how much time is left on the supplies?
We could say they're ready now.
It should be beaming down shortly.
Well, sir, if you have to see it to believe it, then hopefully you believe it soon enough. If we bring down these supplies, can we have a conversation about what to do next to actually solve this problem and get you the water that this place needs?
If you look like someone with honor, that'll buy my time.
Ross won't say anything else until the supplies start beaming down.
Probably just call up to the ship and give that dramatic Tian An Men energized thing.
He'll do that too.
I mean, it doesn't happen till you say it.
Taps his comm badge.
That's a door chime, damn it.
DeGrasse Tian An Men.
Go ahead, Captain.
Supplies ready?
Yes, sir.
Energized.
And around you appear crates of medical supplies, food, large drums of water. Well, now, isn't that interesting?
You believe that we're serious now?
I believe that bought you a few minutes.
Ross will walk over and personally pop open one of the
And you'll notice his stance is more relaxed after he said that.
Gotcha. Yeah, he'll walk over and pop open one of the crates himself. Hopefully it's a nice cold bottle of water. If it is, he'll take it out and toss it to the man.
Glenn, get out here. Call off to a nearby structure. Yeah, Shishorek. He'll toss it to him. Get this to the sick and injured. Get a couple hands to help you out.
If you have sick and injured, I'd be more than happy to take him in our care and beam up our ship to provide whatever needs they need.
Glenn will look to him. He'll just kind of give him one of those side nod things. And he'll say, this way, come this way.
Captain, if you don't mind.
Of course.
Well, you wanted to talk, Captain. Let's talk.
What is your name?
Folks around here call me Theshorek.
Oh, Shorik. My name's Captain DeGrasse. The USS Tian An Men. Well, I'm going to level with you. My admiral sent us out here to see what was going on. There were reports of civil disturbance, which, well, he'll motion to the administrative building. The governor, when I spoke to him, seems evasive. When asked directly what he was doing to take care of the situation, he didn't give it a good answer to the question. He didn't make it seem like he was doing much at all. So I understand your concerns.
Of course not. Of course he didn't do anything. He's Vulcan.
Say more.
How well versed are you in history, Captain?
I'm a scientist by training, so not very well.
Perhaps your officer here can fill you in. It's not a childhood story from Andor that doesn't involve some slimy Vulcan in some way, and how they are not to be trusted. And that man, that governor, is the very definition of all of our childhood stories combined.
Chris, is this true?
Oh, sorry. Was that directed to?
Shachakras.
It's from Enterprise.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but the stories remain. I think he was talking about. Well, Prex probably knows Pajem. You could probably play Shishakrith.
It is true to a degree. Many Andorians do not trust Vulcans, given our long history of conflict with them prior to the formation of the Federation. It was only in regards to humans that our two species really started to work together.
No, humans certainly can be good like that.
You know, Captain, I never believed those stories as a kid until I had the misfortune of meeting. Sorry, trying to remember his name.
Yeah. It's like Vilek or something.
Until I've met Velik.
No.
And then you hear about stories from the listening post they had on Pajem, and then you understand what kind of people some of these Vulcans can be. Liars, deceivers, treacherous to a fault.
I highly doubt all Vulcans think that way. With all due respect, I've served with many Vulcans.
You are right. I don't mean all Vulcans. I don't mean to categorize their entire race. Just those without honor. Those like Velik.
Well, Vulcans do care less about honor and more about logic.
And what logic is there to let an entire colony starve? When children are begging for help, crying at night because they're hungry.
We are clearly, I do not mean to speak for my captain, but we are clearly outraged by what is transpiring here and what we have discovered.
Torek. He's right. Well, I do believe that you may be painting with a rather broad brush. It was evident to me that this Vulcan might have been out of his league or untrained or overwhelmed. I didn't see much evidence that he was trying to do the best that he could do.
Or he really is all those things I think, and is doing this maliciously.
Could be the case as well. But that will be dealt with later. The more pressing need is what to do about the lack of water on this planet. When I spoke to the governor, he mentioned that, I guess, search parties had only been sent out so far to look for water. Are you aware of any of this?
We've been searching for water for months now, only able to bring back drops.
And how far out have you gone?
Few of us, few days, couple of us weeks.
Well, my ship in orbit is actively conducting a scan of the planet's surface. When we initially came here, It didn't seem like there should have been any issue with water on this planet. It looked like a typical Class M. Didn't seem to be any disturbances that we could see. It's still a mystery to us as to what's going on.
Well, let's hope you are as smart as you seem to be.
One thing that would be very helpful, though, is until we have a better understanding of what's going on this planet, if you could do something to help calm the crowds down, even just temporarily. I know that we've just beamed down supplies. Given the tense situation, I would go over them myself and tell the crowd, but I'm not so sure that's a good idea. Could you help calm them down?
Give me presence command. This won't be too difficult. Probably diff 3.
Okay.
He's actually a really, really well built character. A lot of good personality stuff to him. So who made this character?
The expeditions engineer, aka Dr. Pearson Graham.
Huh? No shit. It's not his usual character.
Nope, it's not.
I do like its values, though. That's why it's kind of serendipitous. I just chose this one at random, and this is what came up. First value is never trust someone with pointy ears.
All right. So you said diff 3, so
Yep.
Persuasion for focus.
Yep.
Coming in handy this session. Yeah, take a threats and remind me it's 2 more to get up 4 dice.
Yeah, it'll be 3 momentum total, or
Gotcha.
it'll be 1 threat or 2 momentum.
Okay. Yeah, just take a threats and then
I finally have 1 threat.
actually, I don't know. If you'll take 2 threat, I'll use 1 momentum and we'll try it out.
I've been threat starved this entire game.
Oh my god. Well, at least I can reroll it.
How?
Oh god.
Okay, that's 4 successes.
Well, we have enough to squash.
You gained 1. You can squash.
Yeah, let's squash it.
Well, Captain, you seem like a man with honor. Your word seems trustworthy enough. Nora! Yes, Theshorik? Let's get our people home. She'll look kind of confused. And I'll just turn to her. It's all right. I trust you right away. And she runs off toward the in the direction of the administrative building. So what's your plan, Captain?
Well, Theshorik, my plan is to, quite honestly, await word from my ship. We have our science officer scanning the weather patterns on this planet to understand what could be causing the lack of rainfall. My hope is, once we have some more information on that, we'd be able to correct it and try to return this planet to its natural cycle. I understand that it used to be a pretty lush planet. Is that correct?
Perfect.
I'm curious, what brought you to the homesteading life?
The challenge of it. The ability to see something grow from the ground up.
Oh. Being on a
Should have
ship.
seen this colony when it was in its prime, Captain. You would have been hard pressed to leave.
Oh. Being on a ship as much as I am, I certainly sympathize with getting back to nature. More of a simple life. Do you have any children, Tashork?
Not yet. Who would raise children in a hellhole like this?
Well, you know how the saying goes. Hard times make strong people.
Peculiar saying, but I believe that's accurate.
Oh, surprised Andoria doesn't have a similar saying.
I'm sure there's a few that fit the bill. Something about being as strong as the ice sheets.
Hmm. Well, if you'll excuse me, I think it's like to see a little less small talk out of me and a little more action. I'll check in with my ship.
All right. First things first before we go to the captain, because I'll tell you what they found. Let's go to the doctor really quick. So while you're talking, you're probably scanning what's going on. Again, a lot of malnourishment. There does seem to be illness starting to stem from that. You know, people not being nourished well is probably causing drops in their immune system. So, you know, you're probably starting to see like a lot of flu-like symptoms and stuff.
Glenn, how many people are like this?
Couple dozen, maybe 50. You do notice that it's mostly those approaching elderly age and like they're really young. You know, under 3. It's probably the ranges you're seeing.
If you don't mind, I would like to have all the children and elderly gathered so we can transport them to the ship to get proper care. And I'll get with my medical staff to start setting up medical tents and portable units to help those that don't wish to board the ship for at least a short while. Do you think you could help me with that?
Yeah. So just for the sake of time, because we're almost approaching 11 o'clock. I'm just gonna have you do one roll for all of it for gathering everybody, getting them to the ship, getting them treated. I'll just call this a presence or control medicine. difficulty 4.
Uh, and there's no momentum. Thanks, guys. Oh boy.
Don't blame the GM.
I'm not blaming you.
This is supposed
It's
to be
just the
grass
rolls.
is doing. I
all
think
the-
the grass has hit 4 crits tonight. Crit fails tonight.
Oh. You take emergency medicine
Yeah,
in this
definitely.
case? Okay. At least I have a focus. No rerolls. So
I'm just making sure everyone has an opportunity to use their
determination.
determinations.
Well, obviously I'm not breaking rules to save people. So the mind can heal just as well as a scalpel. And I'm trying to organize and help
Yeah.
everyone.
No, that makes sense. Yeah, just
So
that short explanation. Yeah, that makes sense.
okay. So I need to get 2 successes now. I take let's go with 5 threat. Roll 4 dice.
Yeah, now we're above where we started.
Well, I didn't exactly have a reroll, so
Yeah. See, that's a problem when most people are just threat heavy and use and then when they have momentum, they stop being threat heavy and they use your momentum when they're not cautious characters.
I mean, I gained all the momentum in the beginning for everybody, and it just disappeared.
Yeah, that's how I feel on 17 all the damn time. Oh, look, there's 5 threat for you guys. And oh, when I need it, not there.
So a momentum was generated, correct?
Yes. Yep. And yeah, you're able to get those that are in the worst condition up to the ship to get treated. As it turns out, Glenn here is a doctor in his own right, so he's able to help you get the stuff on the planet side set up pretty quick too. So yeah, you're the immediate threat of those dying within the next couple of days has pretty much been fixed.
Yeah, and then eventually I'll probably try to set up a emergency care on the ship in one of the shuttle bays, since we have extended shuttle bays.
Yep. All right, and then finally, Tian An Men to Captain DeGrasse.
DeGrasse here.
Think we have something for you, sir.
I'm all ears.
As initial scans indicated, the planet is experiencing a drought. What's even more curious is drought seems to have a unique cause. When we initially arrived on the planet, you did notice that the planet had 2 moons, right, sir?
I seem to remember that. Yes.
Well, currently the moons are positioned at opposite ends of the planet. The effect from the gravitational forces seems to be having a profound effect on the electromagnetic shielding of the planet. And in essence, it's almost acting like a natural weather control device. This the extra charge from the electromagnetic shielding is basically dissipating any potential weather systems before it could even form. So unlike a artificial weather control device that we'd have like on Earth or on Trill, for example, to where we can control it to allow rain to form, there's no control here. It is just naturally dissipating. Any potential storm, any potential rain systems.
Well, it's certainly interesting. The scientist in me is eager to check out the data. But I guess the more pertinent question would be, besides the orbital period of the moons, how long can we expect this situation to be in place?
If we do nothing, sir, with the current position of the moons and their rotation around the planet, this could last potentially another year, maybe 2.
Understood. Uh, Certainly presents a unique situation. Well, thank you, and await further instructions.
Understood, sir. Should-
Well,
Perhaps you should tag Arthur in that. Kind of makes me want to run this episode for the Gungnir, just to see what they do.
yeah, so DeGrasse will walk up to Shorik. Well, Shorik, I think we might have a pause for this. It seems like the 2 moons that you have in orbit of this colony, when they're on opposite sides of the planet, when aligned just right, seems that they act as a natural weather control device, shuts down any sort of weather systems, storm systems on this planet.
Can you fix it?
Potentially, yes. To be honest, we're thinking of a few different ways to do this that would minimize harm to this planet. But now that we know the cause, we're at least more than halfway there. I would ask you, take these supplies, let your people know that we know the cause behind this, and that we're actively formulating solutions to address the problem.
Well, do what you must. Save our home, Captain.
See what we can do. Now, if you'll excuse me, hopefully people have calmed down a little bit, and these rations and water will help out temporarily. I'm going to head back to the ship, and we'll try to formulate a plan. We'll let you know.
And for this first time, you kind of see like a hint of hope on his face. Good luck, Captain.
Thank you. Ross, step back and tap his communicator. DeGrasse to the Tian An Men. I think we only have...
Go ahead, sir.
Prax, you beamed up to the ship, Prax.
Probably with the first wave. A little bit down with it. Odutan would beam up to start treating.
Gotcha. So, yeah, DeGrasse will say, it's good to beam up.
All right, let's see. Johnson would be back on the bridge. DeGrasse would probably just walk on. Prax is probably busy.
Me, the doctor. I'm not Prax currently.
Right. The doctor. I have only ever known you as Prax.
Played Prax for 4 years, so yes.
Well, you could play your newly formed science officer.
That's the idea.
Certainly gonna need her.
We're gonna need an engineer on this too.
Yeah, I know. Bill Johnson's like half engineer, I guess.
I mean, we got Knight. We got Lieutenant Knight. I mean,
we do have a Knight, don't we?
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Ed just left. All right, well, I think this is a conference room thing.
Oh, well, Ed left.
Yeah.
Doctor to bridge.
What is it, Doctor?
Captain, I would like your permission to set up a treatment center in one of the shuttle bays. Several of the colonists yeah, I'm not blanking on words. Sorry. Are experiencing extreme dehydration and malnutrition to the point that it is making them sick and will need prolonged treatment. Far more than what sickbay can handle.
Of course, Doctor. Do whatever you need to do.
Thank you, Captain. Sickbay out.
Well, Doggin, have you ever seen or read anything like this before?
I have not, sir. This is a new phenomenon I'm not familiar with. Usually, when two moons orbit each other, they either orbit at a similar pace or one of them is ejected. It's unusual for moons to create a resonant phenomenon. That's the player, like, if that's the right term to use.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Johnson, what about yourself? Have you ever seen anything like this?
No, sir. Even the moons of Cleon Homeworld are not quite this odd.
Oh, certainly something, isn't it?
Indeed. It's no wonder they've been having trouble.
Mm. All right. We will try to solve this quickly. But DeGrasse will just say, Johnson, Dagon, to my conference room.
Aye, sir.
Orgel, you have the bridge.
Aye, sir. See, I
And-
think we have a ready room for you.
I think so. Yeah, and actually, while he's walking to the ready room, he'll tap his comm badge and request that Knight join them as well. I was hoping that Knight would just lounge on the couch. Just laying down. All right, well, we all know the situation. I've had some ideas, I'm sure you all have as well. What are the options?
We could potentially set up a weather control satellite to counter the effects of the two moons. So it's taken.
That's probably the easiest solution, Captain. A harder solution would be trying to alter the gravitational orbit of one of the moons, but that may cause some unforeseen complications.
It could also
Certainly just
potentially destabilize the planet itself.
yes, that's
That is unfortunately what I was thinking. If
Are there no did the scan show any like underwater reservoirs of water, or have they tapped all those?
GM, in the analysis, does this seem like the planet goes through this sort of period often? Or every, like, it's like a cycle?
Yeah, it's probably cyclical.
Okay.
But this one was unexpectedly bad.
They need a reservoir situation too, then. Yeah, in case the weather station malfunctions or something happens with the moon cycle, like it did here, where it is prolonged.
It doesn't seem that I wasn't on the planet's surface, sir, but does it seem like the colonists are opposed to technology?
It did. But both of these solutions do sound like technological solutions.
I mean, reservoir is not something that has to be necessarily maintained if it's like a lake or something, perhaps.
Well, and wells have been drilled for millennia into underground aquifers.
Yeah, they're using wells, right? I believe that was part of the initial scan. They have a water treatment plant, so could it not just be connected?
Perhaps. Doggin, were you made aware of any reservoirs, any underground aquifers that are on the planet?
I'm assuming is that the scan? Yeah, like that's why I'm saying that it's like they're using power. Kind of like what Dago was asking. They're not opposed.
Mhm.
Like she was questioning, like, why are they living in such scrutiny when I would honestly ask about the conditions of of their living conditions, sir. But I can scan for natural reservoirs deep underground that could potentially be drilled into to access for irrigation and consumption use. Like, given this is a relatively long planet-wide drought period, it is possible that these reservoirs could run out due to the nature of how these moons operate.
Agreed, but the water doesn't just vanish from the planet. Since it has to be somewhere on the planet. It's apparently just not circulating.
Well, rock is a great storage for water, sir.
Yeah.
My suggestion was also to make either an artificial reservoir or enhance an existing one in a way to store extra water when it does rain significantly as a backup for this issue.
Well, we could pursue both solutions under the idea that if anything does unfortunately happen to the weather satellite, we do have a backup plan for this.
We could install replicators too, sir.
They might be opposed to replicators, Doggin.
Have we asked them, sir?
That is a good point. That's what the governor said. That doesn't necessarily mean that's what the people want. Now, you've been quiet. What are your thoughts?
Do I have to switch into night mode or?
I'm just an engineer, sir. You told me to build something, I build it. That should help get you out of that, Prex.
Well, my follow-up question is going to be technical complexity of building a reservoir, even if it's a very quick thing. Phasers carving out a lake bed deep underground or something.
So that question would probably be a larger undertaking. Would require probably weeks to make. Unless, of course, you just shoot the lasers from your ship and make a large crater. Because then that would be an instantaneous thing.
That's kind of what I was asking.
Just to speed up questions along, they would be adverse to replicator use widespread, but I would say a quick persuasion roll could probably persuade them to keep one industrial one as an emergency backup. Just to get some of the questions that might take some time out of the way.
Sure.
What if we use the ship's deflectors to essentially make it rain, sir?
I was thinking something similar, to be honest.
But it would only be a temporary solution.
It would be. I'm leaning towards the weather satellite with a replicator backup. The Haas, honestly, I love the reservoir idea, but geoengineering on this planet, for us to properly understand the impact of carving out a reservoir or accessing an aquifer, might take weeks to prepare.
Oh, it's Johnson, sir, but yes, I
Johnson.
totally agree.
Sorry. Stand corrected.
You got me back. You got me back from earlier.
Seriously.
But I understand, sir. Yes, it would then probably not sit well with their idea of living more rurally as well, with all that having to be done to make the reservoir. So it's probably best that the sunlight, which they won't really see or interact with, that would probably not phase them.
At least help maintain the normal conditions of the planet.
Yes, and then and then having the backup replicator is probably easiest too. So the least two least intrusive to their society.
Well, out of sight, out of mind, they can cosplay roughing it while having a technological backup. Make sure nothing goes wrong. All right. I think we have our options. Thank you all. I appreciate it as always. And I think I have a call to make to the shore. You are dismissed. And yeah, to kind of speed this along, I don't think DeGrasse wants to go down to the planet to speak to him, so he'll try to reach out to him using his desk panel.
We could say he moseyed on to the governor's office.
Live in
Otherwise,
that mansion.
if we had time, I'd make you beam down because he would not have access to.
That's fair.
But for sake of time. And he appears on your desk. I see you're still here, Captain.
Wouldn't dream of leaving Fishorik. We have 2 proposals for you. We didn't want to implement these without getting your approval because, well, to be a straight shooter, they're both technological solutions.
Let's hear 'em.
First order, we propose putting a weather control satellite in orbit that would effectively reestablish what normal weather patterns would be on the planet in the absence of this effect from the moons. This effect is going to last for another year, and it's a cyclical effect. So we'll position the weather satellites above the surface in such a way to activate when it detects this alignment is taking place, and then afterwards return back to the natural weather patterns of the planet. The second is a backup option. If you're open to it, I'd like to send down an industrial replicator to the planet's surface. If anything were to go wrong with the weather satellite, if it were to break, misposition, what have you, be attacked even, you'd have a backup in case of dire emergency that you could rely on.
You know, Captain, this colony was always supposed to have an industrial replicator for such emergencies. Care to guess why we don't have one?
Ross will become extremely stern-faced. Looks like I'll have a few questions for our governor. My engineer will coordinate the installation process for the industrial replicator, and she will also coordinate the positioning of the weather satellites. My science officer will make sure that everything is aligned with the moons, and we'll return the reins as quickly as we can to shore.
We'll make our preparations down here.
I hope this restores your trust in the Federation just a little bit.
You pulled one rabbit out of your hat, Captain. Let's see if you could pull another.
Ross will nod and cut communications. He'll step out on the bridge.
I don't know which door is your ready room. Or if they're both turbo lifts.
They're both. I think they're both turbo lift, but one turbo lift rotates like 60 degrees or whatever, and opens up to another thing behind.
Oh, okay. Just like a double door type thing.
Yeah.
So instead of saying transporter take me to deck 3, you'll be like, open that door over there.
It'd be like
That one.
deck 1 auxiliary corridor or something like that. Which deck 1 is bridge. Or you probably just say deck 1 versus, and then you just say bridge to go to the bridge. Probably.
So as DeGrasse walks out, he'll say, Doggin, I want you to work with Knight to coordinate the launching of a weather satellite in orbit, set to activate when the moons are in this alignment, and then deactivate when they're not to return back to the planet's natural weather patterns. Also, I would like Knight to send down an industrial replicator and ensure that her team installs it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Johnson, you and I have a visit to pay to Governor Villick.
Aye, sir.
All right, in Discord is the roles for setting up that. And then we got to go pay somebody a visit. Do I have any places I can make that happen at? Small sick bay, transporter room.
Take a threat or night.
All right. I'll put you in a sick bay. We'll use that as a guest quarters, I guess.
Okay. Apparently, I forgot to select the one, but first one to reroll the comp, so it's 2 for the program.
Right. Yep. So you were able to successfully create the program into the weather control satellites. Then we just gotta launch them.
Doctor, you're in sick bay?
I just threw
Oh.
them there
Mm.
to act like a room, because I don't think there's any random rooms that are Tiananmen size. You know, like guest cabins. The S-17 one, but it's huge.
Real quick for the launching the weather satellite. Always prepared, always vigilant from night
Yep.
for determination spend, and then take a threat, and then the momentum. Roll 3. So 5.
Yep. Gain 2. And yep, you successfully launched the satellites in orbit around the planet. All right, heading to see the governor.
Ross and Johnson will walk in. Hello, Governor. How do you find yourself?
Better now that I'm aboard your ship. Thank you for getting me out of that situation, Captain.
Well, you know as well as I do that we can't let harm come to people unnecessarily. Is that right, Governor?
Of course.
So, I just wanted to let you know that we have addressed the issue. My engineer and scientist are currently working on a solution to the problem. We're positioning weather satellites above the planet to return the weather patterns, and well, we sent down an industrial replicator to the planet's surface in case of emergency.
Good. I am sure that the people will be pleased.
What's odd to me is that one of the colonists, when informed that I was sending down a replicator and I wanted to be mindful of their thoughts on technology, said that they had been awaiting an industrial replicator for some time now. Do you know anything about this?
Of course. It was I who put the order in. But as you can imagine, the Federation just didn't have one for our colony. Said it was repurposed for the rebuilding of Cardassia.
Which is odd because when I went to the planet's surface, our initial conversation, you said that the people didn't want replicators, that they wanted to rough it.
Yes, that is true. But sometimes it takes someone to know what is best for those that may not realize when they need something.
Well, disregarding the fact that there was a discrepancy there, what did you feel that these colonists needed?
What are you getting at, Captain?
What I'm getting at is that you seem to have had very strong opinions on the lives that these colonists wanted to lead. And I'm not entirely sure that you were willing to work with them and hear them out, find a solution to this problem. And what concerns me is that a leader, an administrator, needs to have that capability to work with those who are governed.
You remember the war, Captain? How brutal and devastating that war was?
I do.
It takes sacrifice to ensure that as many people get the supplies and resources they need in those troubling times. Would you not agree with that, Captain?
Might agree with that.
So would it also be logical to conclude that should, let's say, 1 billion people require food, medical supplies, industrial replicators, do you not think that those supplies would be better suited to that billion people as opposed to 3,500 on a backwater colony?
Might I venture a guess and say, I'm sorry, Johnson, one moment.
Well, I was about to be an angry Klingon.
Hold on from that thought. It's a good thought, though.
I was about to say they deserve life too. And I was going to probably punch him, but we'll hold off on that.
You can angry cling on it, by all means.
But Callus, they deserve the right to live and survive as well.
Under normal circumstances, I would agree with you. We must always remember that the needs of the many must outweigh the needs of the few.
I knew that was coming. Ugh.
One industrial replicator would not make that big of a difference in the big scheme of things, considering the resources given to Cardassia to rebuild.
Logic would dictate otherwise.
Did you send the other Starfleet vessel that came weeks before us away from the planet?
There was no other Starfleet vessel. Cardassia is still being rebuilt, still needing those resources.
This contradicts what we heard on the planet's surface. The Starfleet vessel did come to your colony.
What I needed to tell them to keep them from acting out emotionally is justified in this circumstance.
So is your intention to let these colonists starve completely? To divert resources to where you feel they were needed more?
Let's keep in mind, Captain, these people wished for this kind of life, desired it even. They wished for the rugged, frontier lifestyle. That is what they got.
You do understand that your duty as governor of this colony is to the colonists on this colony.
My duty, Captain, is to do the most amount of good for the most amount of people.
That may be your personal duty, governor, but not your duty as governor of a colony.
As a citizen of the Alpha Quadrant, I would imagine it is all of our duties to do the most amount of good possible. If you cannot see the logic in rerouting a few supplies to the greater good of the universe, then I feel sorry for you.
Whereas I admit that I do see your logic from a purely utilitarian standpoint. You disregarded your duties, allowing the health and safety of a Federation colony fall into danger. You expressly did so under your understanding and your free choice. And you did it to the point that caused destruction of a Federation administrative outpost, necessitating a rerouting of Starfleet resources to come and address the situation and put things back in order.
You put the lives of your staff and your civilians at risk as well.
For that, you're formally under arrest. Johnson here will escort you to the brig. You will be held until we're able to bring you back to a Starfleet station where you'll face justice for any crimes that you may have committed here.
As you wish, Captain. But note that logic will win out in this case.
That's what I'm hoping for, Governor. Mara, if you would.
Yes, Captain. Come with me, please.
And he'll go without any fuss. He is a pacifist Vulcan after all.
Yeah. I was hoping you would. Escort him to the brig and secure him.
Ross will cup his head in his hands and shake his head. And we can spare a few minutes. I would like to go see the doctor, but I understand if it's a little too late.
No, we could finish up any roleplay you guys want to do.
Okay.
Yeah, because there's just roleplay, and then there's one more scene I want to do with what's his bucket, Theshorik. Since we're in a sick bay, we'll have the doctor here. We'll just say you went to the actual sick bay.
Doctor, how are the patients?
They'll make a full recovery, Captain. But they need rest, food, and stable living conditions.
Wanted to get your thoughts, Doctor.
Certainly. She motions you to her office. So, what's on your mind, Captain?
As a doctor, it's your sworn duty to see to the health of patients and the well-being of all sentient life. If you had a situation where you were responsible for the lives of a small number of people, but you had to divert medical resources that could save hundreds, what would you do?
That's a very tough question to ask, but it would be if it's down to resource management, it would go to, honestly, to the ones that have the higher chance of survival.
Very rational.
At least in my sick bay, I tried to make sure everyone lives, but I have not yet come across the misfortune of not having enough blood or medicine to treat someone on this ship.
Oh, let's if we do both of our jobs correctly, it should never come to that.
This has to do with the governor.
Let's stand up. It does, Cassie. As a Starfleet officer, I know the law. As a sentient creature, I still struggle with whether he made the right decision or not. Let me know if you need anything.
Well, there are lots of things I need, but I think everything's well in hand, Captain. I'm about to make a round on the planet to set up a clinic to at least help those that want to get checked out. Make sure that seems like a proper medical facility for a while. At least I can offer is a little, as the humans call it, country medicine.
I'll join you if you don't mind.
Well, excellent. I could always use an extra set of hands.
Tell me what to do. I don't know much about medicine.
Oh, it's easy. You just poke here, scan this, you know. Just don't remove any limbs.
Well, Cassie, you can poke a lot of things, but you got to make sure you're poking the right ones. That's where you know more than me.
But yeah, I'll chit-chat to the transporter. Carrying a
Right.
handful of bags full of medical supplies.
All right, I'll go ahead and set up the last scene here. Let me get everybody in place. And we'll, just to facilitate the scene I want to happen, we'll transport you down to the administrative building. And as soon as you get down there, hopefully you can hear this. As you materialize inside the governor's office with Shishork sitting in the governor's chair.
I hear the storm in person. There's a storm in here.
And you could just see Shishork just grinning a big grin while he's sitting at the desk looking out the window.
But the Shorik, it's not the best rabbit you've ever seen.
I don't know how, but you did it, Captain.
Oh, it takes a team. So how long do you expect until the crops begin to grow again?
Well, if the rain keeps up like this, maybe end of the week.
Okay, well, hoping there should be more than enough supplies to see until then.
Maybe now that Velik is out, we could actually get supplies coming in every now and then.
I'll make sure to request it from the Starfleet Command.
Do want to thank you, Captain, and your crew for all you've done for us. I guess those stories of Starfleet, of the Federation forgetting about us, were greatly exaggerated.
Well, I'll just say that you won't be forgotten again. You'll be happy to note that Villic will see justice in a Federation card.
Well, I think that is cause to celebrate. And he'll reach down into a box and put 3 shot glasses on the table, and he'll pull out a glowing blue bottle out from the box as well. And then they'll pour the 3 glasses. There's a custom on Andoria. You always celebrate good things with a drink.
I'm certainly open for a drink. Cassie, have you tried this before?
Not since the academy.
Well, I think I'm the only one who doesn't know what he's in for.
So yeah, Sherrick will pour the drinks, stand up and grab one, and hold it up. To the rain.
To the rain. Gross folds his up and he'll slug it back.
To the ring.
And I think with that, we'll call that the end of Orienda Colony.